Hello, everybody. Well, I was just saying that starting to debate in my mind. I have to talk with Yakshim and Danny and our other Ms. K, our other scuba people, about possibly reopening physical sitting here with much social distancing. I don't know how we do that. Maybe we put plastic between the zafus. I'm not sure what we do for that. We have not had any reported cases here for almost 2 months in our prefecture, which is very strange. But they're not testing as well as I could. But the doctors are telling me that the few I've spoken to that say they're not seeing the rush of patients. So they think it's pretty reliable. So it's just something I'm debating. And my kids are back at school, both of them now. So it's not like I'm in total isolation. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it over the coming days and weeks and seeing what's the right thing to do. I'm glad to see all of you here. Jonathan, Sekishi, Kyonin. I'm joking down there. John is doing our keeping us safe from the Zen enemies down there. John, good to have you here. Jason, Onkai, very, very good. Today, our theme is always being at home. Even when it seems more like a house than a home sometimes. But here we are. Now, if you've been here before, you know what to do. And if it's your first time, just follow along. Okay? All right.
Maka Hanya Haramita Shinyo. Kanji zai bo satsu go in hanya hara mita jisho kengo onkai kudo isai uyaku shari shiki fui kuku fui shiki sokuze kuku sokuze shiki juso gyo Shikiyaku bunyo ze shari shize shoho kuso fusho fumetsu fuku fujo fuzo fugenze goku chumu shikibu juso gyo shikibu genni bize shinni mushiki shoko mi shoku ho genkai nyai shi mui shikikai mumu myo yaku mumu myo jin nai shi muro shi yaku mu roshi gin mensu shu metsu du mochi yaku mu tokui musho toko bodai sate ya hanya hara mita koshin mugei gei mugei Samyaku sambodai kochi hanya hara mita zedai jinshu zedai myoshu zemujo zemujo joshu nojo isai kushin jitsu fuko setsu hanya hara mita Shusoku setsu shu watsu gyate gyate hara gyate hasu gyate boji soaka hanya shinyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and feel, intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and roots must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, Do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box in its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is. Make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, honored one, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, honored one, Soji Keizan, honored one, all successive honored ones up until Zuigaku Rempo, honored one, and Guda Wafu, honored one, and to all other honored ones throughout history, male and female honored ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha, Prajna, Paramita.
Zazen? it? Zazen? will have a long kinhin. Walk kinhin, have a cup of tea, go outside if you can, get some fresh air, whatever you wish to do. Walk kinhin outside. We'll have a little, well, more than a little, we'll have a big talk and then some zazen. Big, big talk. It's going to have the whole universe. That's how big it is. And then some. Can't get much bigger than a talk like that. Okay. Let's see. Sakashi, would you recite the verse to open the sutras quick? There is a sutra mentioned in this. It's not about my words, but there is a quote from the Buddha in there. So let's be respectful.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
All right. Today we're going to have a talk about the universe, our ultimate home, our house. And sometimes I get people who say, you know, Jindo, I'm not really coming here to Zen for all that cosmic stuff. I'm here to maybe have a little relaxation, you know, be in the moment, be a little simple. And I tell them a couple of things about that. First off, I want to say that it said here we're going to have some views and also viewless views about who we are in the universe and as the universe. Okay, first off, why do I say viewless views? This is like the whole heart of the thing. You know, to have a view, you have a viewer and something outside to view. Separate. We call it a viewless view because there is absolutely no separation of a viewer and something apart to view. You see, the separation is gone. There's only a whole. That's why we sometimes say viewless views and use terms like goalless goals, you see, because in that wholeness, there's no separation, which gets back to the first point, the people who just want to relax. I say the ultimate relaxation in Zen is that wholeness, because here's our special effects with my two hands. Tension comes from having two things in conflict. And when you have a whole or a singularity, it cannot fight with itself. We have need, we want something, but in the wholeness, there's no needer and something to need. Like that. Some people say they want to be in the moment. Well, we learn that this wholeness is the only moment. It's the ultimate in the moment. Sometimes we just want to do Zen to be a little simple. Well, the reason is the simplicity and putting down all the complexity and tangles in our mind lets us better realize this connection, this identity, this wholeness, you see. I'm sorry to tell you this. Zen, for hundreds of years, okay, a couple of thousand years, however long, has not really been about just relaxing or, you know, just being in the moment. It's been about who we are. I gotta get the dramatic sound. Who we are in the universe and as the universe. You see, that's what it's been about. That's what we awaken to. So one of the classic ways to express this is about the house. The house. And that's what we're going to focus on today. Now, I want to say something too. You know, old Jundo, I'm kind of square. I don't think there's anything in what I'm going to say, for the most part, I'll get there, that is contradicted by our understanding of modern science. And as a matter of fact, modern science is kind of, how to say, on the same page with a lot of this. I'm not saying that Buddhism and science are approaching this the same way. I'm saying there's nothing, a lot of what I'm saying is actually against our common sense, but a lot of this is now being confirmed by a lot of scientific perspectives on reality, as you'll see. That's kind of on the same page. And there's a couple of things I'm going to say today that is just, okay, I'm going to tell you, science is not there yet, and it may never get there yet, and it's maybe my little wooey, but I'm going to mark that off clearly for you and kind of say, this is just Jundo's, you know, going off there and having some fun. Take it and put that aside, okay? But we're not there yet. Why the house? The basic Buddhist vision is our sense of ourself is a kind of construct in which data has come in the senses, and up here we have created a model of the world that basically is divided into everything inside our skin and everything out there. It's very useful because otherwise I can't put my pants on in the morning. If I can't drive a car, I can't do anything if I don't feel and function as a separate individual in the world. I mean, basically, we need this. But it is not the only perspective at all on what and who we are. And the Buddha and a lot of other Eastern folks and other kinds of folks, even not religious folks at all, people like Wittgenstein kind of sensed it in dropping language. And some of the physicists like Bohm, he sensed it that we're kind of some kind of continuity, that the hard barrier of self and what's out there is not as solid as we think it is. See, that's where I said there's a lot of overlap here. But let's get to the Buddha's original statement in the Dhammapada. Through many a birth in samsara, I have wandered in vain, seeking the builder of this house of life, of my sense of being alive. Repeated birth is indeed suffering. Oh, house builder, you are seen. You will not build this house again, for your rafters are broken and your ridgepole shattered. My mind has reached the unconditioned, and I have attained the destruction of craving. Now, Theravada Buddhists and others can kind of analyze that, debate what it means in different ways. I'm just going to say it very simply. We feel like a construct. You know, here I actually am in a room with ridge poles and beams. I got columns and beams here. It's a perfect room to be in, okay? Data comes in, we create this model in our brain of this is me and everything else is not me, and that's the construct. And if you knock that down a little, your separate sense of self turns out to be a bit, shall we say, wider, boundless than we think it is. The image I do for this is if you had an open desert, open in all sides, it's open space, and you build a building that closes it off with a ridge poles and a roof, okay? You say, this is me inside here, and the rest of the desert is outside. This is closed off space, right? And everything else outside the house is out there. No, it's the same space. Knock the roof off, knock down the walls. You're still the desert, you see. You're still the open space. You think I've closed this in and I'm only what's inside. Yeah, that's common sense, and you are. But the inside and outside is not really different at all. Just knock the roof off, knock down the walls. That's what the Buddha did. Now, there was some sense in early Buddhism that the point of this was to knock down the walls, knock down the house, and get out of Dodge, get out of here, get out of the house. It must have been terrible in old India, because a lot of those old Indian religions were really about, I don't want to be born again. The Mahayana folks, maybe the Chinese, I don't know how they were 2,000 years ago, but when I lived in China, they're more like, they like life a little bit more generally, you know, most people that I've met. And they found a way to realize that the inside of the house has always been the escape because it's the outside. How to be in this life a little more and realize that the freedom and escape is always here. And one of the ways they did this was kind of a different interpretation of this house. I put an example down from the Huayan philosophers, the great flower garland school that influenced Zen very much. And it sounds very philosophical. What I put here, actually, I read two papers this week about the flower garland, this house example, by two philosophers. They're missing the point. I'll tell you why. This sounds really dry and kind of analytical, and people try to figure this out, what I'm about to say. It's experiential. It's the difference between my philosophizing about love and feeling love. It's a bit the difference between my maybe writing a description of the chemical elements of sugar and tasting the sweetness. This is to be experienced. Part of our Zen practice, Zazen, is to soften the hard borders of self and other so that things flow into each other and have mutual identity. I believe it is partially a physiological process. Why? In the brain, there are various centers of the brain, such as the frontal lobes. I always get these confused. The temporal cortex, that create your broken up sense of the world and the hard division between yourself and the rest of the world. That's a good thing. We need that. But our meditation practice, and I got to tell you, you know, I'm not a psychedelics fan at all. I do not believe psychedelics are a practice. I do not encourage people to use psychedelics as a practice. It's just too uncontrolled, off topic. But those people also have this sense of deep connection too. I was reading about psilocybin mushrooms they're giving to people with cancer who are terminally ill, like old people, and they're very stressed out about their cancer. And the doctor gives some psilocybin mushrooms to these people, and they have some experience of, oh man, it's all whole, it's okay. Death is not what I thought it was. Thanks, doc, and they feel better. I'm not saying that anyone should go out and try mushrooms. I'm just saying there's a common point that does something to the brain and breaks down that hard border of me and what's not me. So what do the Huayan philosophers do? They describe the house in a very special way that you need to experience, or at least taste. Even if you can't really experience it, you can sense it, you can smell it. What is it? Okay, we usually think that there's a house that's made of parts. And for example, the rafters hold up the roof. Okay, the rafters here, the beams hold up the roof. And I'll add you to, and you're in this house. Okay. Well, Huayan said a couple of different things. They said, first off, The rafters and the beams are the roof. Wait, I got this all mixed up now. Let me use a tree. Let's forget the house for a second. Okay, let's forget the, oh, no, I'm going to stay with the house. Okay, even I get confused about this stuff sometimes. The parts of the house are the house. You are the wholeness, not just a part. The tree example, I'm looking at a tree, the tree in the courtyard out here. There's leaves, there's branches, there's trunk, there's some twigs, there's the roots, different parts. It's all tree. It's all tree. The roof beams, the columns, the floor, the furniture, and you, the house. Stop thinking of yourself as a piece of furniture. Stop thinking of yourself as just a leaf on the tree. By the way, this has, yes, it has something to do with how I got the Treeleaf name years and years ago, footnote. But stop thinking of yourself just as a leaf of the tree. You are the tree and a leaf and the whole thing. And why do I mean that? Literally. I know people say you got to be careful literally using the word literally these days. I mean it literally. You are the whole. The Huayan philosophers took it a step further, and this is where it gets a little hard. With the leaf, you would say, is a part of the whole. No, it experiences that it is the whole, expressed as, contained in, 100% right there in each leaf and drop of the leaf, in each atom of the leaf. And everything is you too. And all the parts of the tree or of the house are each other. We think that the column supports the roof, but we also say that the roof gives identity to the column. You couldn't have a roof without the columns to hold it. And the columns are given their columnness by having a roof. This is true for you too. Everything in the universe supports you. You're like, the universe is a column supporting you, your roof. And you as a roof are supporting all the things in the universe that support you. Literally. Let me give you another example. The tree we think is a thing, but then there's the stuff outside the tree. The ground. Well, the ground supports the tree, but it's not the tree. The water, the rain, nurtures the tree, but the raindrops are not the tree. Oh, eventually they get sucked into the tree and they become the tree. Yes, I can see that, but the rain is not the tree. The sun is up there. The light. Okay? Okay. This is where we Westerners have some difficulty here. First off, why do we think the tree ends at the roots? For the Huayan folks, the ground, the rain, the sun is the tree. It's all one thing. It's actually more of a process. When we talk about the house here or the tree, it's going to seem like I'm talking about solid things. But remember, like our universe, it's a moving process and processes. There's photosynthesis going on and phloem, what is it, the biological thing? Xylem and phloem going up and down the tree. I remember that from high school. Xylem and phloem going up and down the tree, and all kinds of processes and what is it? The absorption of liquid and the sun. So we think it's all kind of separate. Yes. The sun is there separate from the tree. And the ground is there conveniently because otherwise, well, the tree just happens to be sitting on the ground. No, say we Buddhists. The ground is there supporting the tree. The tree gives the ground something to support. Now, we don't like that so much in our modern way of thinking. Oh, the sun is there. It was there before. Happened to be some plants developed, attuned in their chemical properties of photosynthesis. But they're not the sun. and they're not the light. They just happen to make use of it. Okay, that's modern scientific understanding. That's true. We tend to see it more as a, how to say it? The sun gives the leaf, but the leaf gives to the sun something to give, be given. Like I give you a present and you receive, but you're also giving me the chance to give you something. Oh, we don't like that in our modern thinking. But to the Wayan people, this was all one thing. The tree does not end at the end of the leaves. The tree goes on to the sun. And if you're going to guess it, everything in the universe, indirectly or directly, supports everything else a little bit. Now, I'm not going to say like what's going on like 15 galaxies away is as important to the tree right now as the sun. I'm just saying it's basically like a house. You're in one room in the house, each one of you, I see there, right? And there's another room, the kitchen, right? Way down the hall. You're not there right now, right? But in a sense, the kitchen is allowing you to have this space you're in now, right? They all connect. Well, the universe is, again, a big house in which what's going on way down the hall right now may not be so important to you, but it's all a grand house. So what's going on with the tree is the sun and the rain and the ground is the sun and the tree. And it's all not, people say connected. No. One great plug for my new book, Zen Master's Dance. One great dance, of which all in that dance that appear to be separate are actually dancing partners and dancing together to make this dance. It's not clear that there's just one dancer and one dancer. Together, they create this great dance, you see. So the Wayan people said all the parts of the house give to all other parts. Why is this important? Why is this? Because you're afraid and you're frustrated as a separate individual and you're afraid of dying. I am, as a separate individual. But when you realize that you're just a house that's in the space, and when you knock down, as is going to happen to all of us some days, our roof's going to fall off. Some of us, it's already falling off a little more than others. Every once in a while, right, Shokai? Every once in a while we go to the doctor and they cut off some more roof or something. When it finally comes that the roof and the rafters fall down, we're going to realize we're just the same enclosed whole space we were all along. So you didn't really go anywhere or come anywhere. Actually, the illusion of being closed off was the kind of, how to say, the trick. You feel you were born and closed off. You do right now. You're in your house. All you can see is the four walls and the ceiling kind of blocks you in. But then from this other sense, you realize maybe, perhaps there's something wider than this. So to the Wayan people, every part is every other part. The leaf fully contains the sun, fully contains the ground. The branch fully contains the leaf. And I mean it, fully holds. This is hard to get, but to the Wayan people, it was so identical that we are literally, all of us, one thing, like a jewel with many facets. And each facet of the jewel holds all the other facets of the jewel. People say, for example, you look at the moon at night, and you say, the moon's over there, and I'm down here. We're separate. You know, that's never been true. The only moon you've ever seen in your whole life is between your ears. Light came from something, we think, went in your eyes, and in your brain, you created an image of a moon. I don't know exactly where Neil Armstrong went, but I mean, right now you're just seeing light on a screen, right? Hi, I know this looks like Jundo, but I assure you, as you can very easily tell, I'm just pixels. The only moon you've ever seen is kind of like pixels that were created in your retina that went up to your brain, that got translated into something. You have literally held the entire moon between your ears. And you define the moon, you create the moon. Why? You think the moon says, "Hi, I'm the moon"? No, the moon doesn't say anything about itself. You create, the moon. And you call it the moon. You're kind of creating in between your mind this thing we call the moon. Yeah, I think there's some rock and atoms out there. There's something. My kids, Japanese people and American people. I'm not sure about Europeans, but I saw the man in the moon, the face on the moon. That's a human creation. We see patterns, and we say, "Oh, there's a face on the moon." My kids, being Japanese, they don't see the face. I had to really teach them that. Japanese people see a rabbit on the moon. And if you really look, it looks like a bunny rabbit with ears. So it took me a while to see the rabbit, and it took my kids a while to see the face. Is there a face there or a rabbit? Well, right here there is. So much of our experience of this world is actually a two-way street in which we are creating. Okay. So you get this point about the Huayan people say that each part is every other part, and each part is the whole. And that thing we call the whole doesn't stop at these borders we assume to be borders, but encompasses this whole damn thing. Now, here's where I'm going to get a little push in the science a bit. We usually think that we were born into this world like residents of a house. And there's stuff in this world very convenient for us. There's water, like, you put on the faucet in a house too, water comes out. Here we have rivers and streams we can drink. We think there's lights, you hit the switch in this house, light comes on just like, oh, happens to be a sun. How lucky are we? This is very good for us because we need the sun. It gives us light, gives us photosynthesis. We have fire, we have a kitchen. So being born in this world is kind of mysteriously being born in a house. Someday we were babies, we opened our eyes, we woke up and, oh, I'm sitting in a chair by the fireplace. How did I get here? Not sure. But isn't that kind of like how we appear in this world? Hey, I'm Onkai. How did I get here? Not sure, but here I am, right? Oh, I'm Dustin. Huh? What am I doing here? I don't know. Here I am. Okay, like that. All right, that's who we are. How about this proposition? And this is where I think sciences actually get there. We are not something that appeared in a house that happens to have a refrigerator and a bed and a bathtub. The house gave rise to the refrigerator and the bathtub and us. We are the house come alive. Okay, I said it. I think science is very close to getting there right now. It's obvious that, Carl Sagan talks, we are stardust, and you had all these things, these processes, and the planet, and then we sprung up on the planet. As opposed to someone living in a house, we are the house that has sprung life as alive as us. We're not residents of the house. We are the house kind of residing in the house. I've said it. You don't like it? You didn't pay for this. No one's keeping you here. Okay. And I suspect that if you think about who you are, you'll see this very easily. You think that you're someone who basically happened to have eyes to see light. There was light and there was a sun. And you have a tongue to taste certain chemical properties, okay? You're actually a mirror image of the entire environment. You could not be you, Judy, you could not be you if you did not have the ability to have eyes and a brain that is perfectly attuned to the light. Now, I'm not saying we evolved to be that way, but we happen to have evolved to be perfectly the light having a weight. Oh boy, I gotta watch this. We are the lights being seen. We think there's light and we just happen to see it. And I said it's kind of a two-way street. We're not only seeing the light, we are the lights being seen. We're attuned to it. You have two legs because of gravity and the ground. There you could not be if you are not so finely tuned to this environment. You're the environment kind of which has evolved to be finely tuned to itself. You're the house that developed chairs and then evolved asses that were perfectly shaped for the asses to fit in the chair. Was it a natural process? Yeah. You know, they tried various kinds of asses. Oh, this creature, its ass is too solid, too big. It can't fit in the chair. This one, so it didn't work. And this one was too gelatinous. It couldn't. But then finally, the perfect ass evolved. That's you, Jason, the perfect ass. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. And we fit to the environment. Okay. And that's how come we get to be who we are. Now, so here we are, the house come alive. I've said it. Is it a perfect house? No. There's other people living in this house, by the way, who are also the house. I'm not crazy about some of them. And we mess up this house. We don't take care of it as well as we should. We don't like some of it. We're very judgmental about it. But I got to say a couple of things about that. Okay? How we take care of this house is kind of up to us. We got to do a better job of taking care of the house and getting along with the other residents. And okay, it's not a perfect house, but it's damn good. All right? It's not a Palm Beach mansion, but it's pretty good. All right? What are we paying for rent? Okay? For what we're paying to be here, which is basically, you know, no charge, I think it's pretty good. And can we make it better? Yes. It's our house. We have to do a better job. The wild thing, I say, as if I haven't said enough wild things so far, is why is this important? Well, if you think you die when your ass goes back to dust, doesn't it say asses to asses, dust? No, I'm sorry. Okay. When your time comes, if you realize yourself as the house, or even beyond the house, as the great space, well, you die, but you're still the house. A leaf falls off the tree goes on. The tree, yesterday I had to cut down a tree in our garden, literally. It had died. So I had to saw it down. But the garden went on, and the sun went on, which was the tree. So when we come to realize ourselves as more than just the roof and the rafters, like the Buddha, and knock it all down, we realize that maybe death is not the only way to see things. After all, you may die, but you were just a house. Okay, now the next thing is where I've said a lot of things that really push science. This next one is perfectly my speculation, more than other things, which I think have some scientific basis at this point. And you can take it or leave it. It is based primarily on my listening to some very good thinkers, some of them physicists and some of them kind of a little on the edge, but I think not completely crazy, plus some experiences I've had in meditation myself. Okay. This is, I'm going to box this in, take it or leave it. You are conscious, the house has become conscious as you. And the house has also become conscious as Sekeshi, and the house has also become conscious as Yakshim, and the house has also become conscious as Dustin. But why do you feel like you? Sekeshi is not only feeling like I feel, Sekeshi is feeling right now exactly what I'm feeling to be alive. Now, I don't mean like equivalent to. We're actually having, in a sense, the same experience, radically the same experience, as has everything and anybody who has ever lived. How to say this? Seen through different windows of the house. It's as if like you looked out one window of your house and you saw one vantage point, and had one experience. And then suddenly you ran over the other side of the house, had a bit of amnesia, looked out another window and had a completely different experience, right? Somehow we are like light refracted. I'm telling you, I'm getting into the woo-wee now. I admit that, okay? My cat is having the same experience, but it's not the same experience as me because he's having the experience through a cat brain that is somehow, and cat eyes that gives him cat experience. And Sekeshi is having exactly the same experience. I am Sekeshi. Sekeshi is having the same experience, but through Sekeshi's brain, brains actually somehow isolate and cut off, like the roof and rafters cut off some space. And it gives us the sense of being this some separate something cut off. And that's Sekeshi. We are all Sekeshi. Yakshim is Sekeshi. Judy is Sekeshi. Onkai is Sekeshi. But before Sekeshi gets a big head about being the whole universe, he should remember this. Sekeshi is just my cat. And the tree, maybe. And the sun. So that's what I suspect from certain experiences, that we're all having the same experience identically right now. You are feeling, John, I'm sorry, John. Hi, John. I can't see you, so it's easy to talk to Jason. Jason, think right now. What do you feel? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling right now. But you are over there and I'm here, looking out different windows. Okay, enough of that. Box that off, put it on a shelf. It's a little wooey. Okay, I usually don't go so far. This leads to the next thing. You can tell there's a lot we don't understand about this universe, but Zen practice teaches us so much. To know you are the house is a big deal, guys. You just thought you're a resident of the house, an ass in a chair. No, man. You're all this. That's what Zen teaches us. That's a big realization. But does it tell us everything? People think when you do Zen, suddenly everything becomes clear. Sorry, we're too stupid. It doesn't. The Buddha, I don't know. I don't think Dogen knew everything. There are things we cannot know because we're no smarter in a sense than an ant crawling across my computer right now can understand the computer. Okay? But what we understand is enough. Let me say, you live in a house. You all live in a house. Do you know everything in your house? Every hinge, every screw, every bit of dust, every spider in a corner? Of course not. Do you know the name of the guy who did the drywall? Do you know what kind of drywall it is? Probably not. No. But yet, you're at home in your house. You know this is the house. And every time a light beam comes through the window and focuses on one thing, let's say focus, those mornings when a perfect light beam comes through and just lights up just one little flower on the table. And you say, it's the whole thing. You know the whole thing, even though we don't know the whole thing. I sometimes compare it to a sailor who's on a boat and he doesn't know everything about the sea, every fish, every grain of sand on a beach. He doesn't know what's over the horizon. He doesn't know what tomorrow's weather will be, but he dips his finger in the salt and puts it on his tongue. And in that saltiness, he tastes the whole ocean like that. This is what Zen gives us. We realize we're the whole house, even though we do not know every corner and what's in every drawer. Okay. Okay, enough of that. Let's bring it now back to the living in the house. Boy, we got some problems these days, especially in my old country, United States, other places too. How we live in the house is very important. We may be the house, but if we mess it up and don't take care of it and neglect its environment and don't fix the drafty windows, sometimes it's got some viruses and things that we don't like. We have to, it's a house. It's not, you got to take care of it. Right now, people are very upset about many things because they don't feel well taken care of in the house. They're angry. It's all perfectly understandable. Master Dogen created a monastery called Eiheiji, which is kind of a house. It's a house where the monks lived. And in that house, he had certain vision for how he wished the whole world to be. He couldn't change the world outside the monastery, which, believe it or not, was probably even worse, much worse than now. You talk about we got the virus, they had plagues. Like every Tuesday, it's Tuesday, it's plague day. We got another plague. They had fires. They had not civil unrest and looting. They had civil wars going on with people burning and life expectancy of about 40. You name it. So you get in the monastery, close the doors, and Master Dogen inside the monastery wanted to create kind of an ideal realm. Maybe too much. I don't say he was really controlling Dogen. I mean, literally, he was a little, how to say, retentive, I think, if I guess. He said, you know, you wash your hands this way, you sleep on this side. He put instructions. You have to sleep here with your hand and your leg there, and then wash your hands like this. A little too much for me. I'm not saying we have to go as far as he did in his vision of monk's practice, but he says certain things. The people inside the monastery actually had a pretty fair deal. A warm place to sleep, safe, food, healthy food, freedom from violence, equal opportunity. I mean, the monks, you were responsible to do your practice, but if you did your practice, the society, hopefully everyone in the monastery got a fair shake and a deal and an opportunity to move and assume a position. You know, anyone could be the abbot, you know, someday like that. Medical care, as it existed in the 13th century, which mostly I think was, I don't know, leeches or whatever they were using, but the best medical care. Everyone had a chance. In return, you had to treat other people with respect and be treated with respect. You had to do your duty as a citizen of the monastery, and in turn, you would be treated fairly as a citizen. This was the view of the monastery. I think sometimes in society, we've lost sense of this a little. It is a two-way street, okay? We're saying, people, don't be angry, but we need to give them something, a chance and resources, so they have a chance. And then everyone has to get kind and treat each other with respect. That's why we're very much against anger and violence. There was no place for anger and violence in the monastery. Sometimes you hear these stories about the monastery with a lot of slapping or people yelling. It was not meant as real violence. I hope. There should be no violence and anger in the monastery. I hope these days we can come to a world that's like that. Like the monastery of how to live in a house in which everybody gets the basics, gets a fair shake, is free of anger, and is free of being the victim of anger and hate and violence. Where people treat each other with respect, everybody works hard, and in turn, when you work hard, you work for your own practice and the others. You cook in the kitchen as the temple cook to feed yourself, but also to feed the others. Everyone works to feed the world of the monastery, our house. Anyway, I hope we get there. Okay, I had to end on a bit of a optimistic utopian note. Okay, so there you are, the house come alive. You're living in it. You're only renting. I think most of you, from what I understand, we've got 70 to 80 year lease, maybe some people 100. My good friend just died yesterday on his birthday at the age of 99. It's almost like he waited for his birthday. He said, oh, it's my birthday, gave it 6 more hours, and boom, that was the end. A wonderful man. literally yesterday. Other people, unfortunately, they're short-term tenants, and I wish that wasn't true. But here we are in our house. Let's take care of it. Thanks for being my captive audience in this house for a while and listening to me. Anybody have a question, comment, anything at all? Raise your hand. Hondo Kyonin.
Hi, thank you, Yundo. Thank you for this wonderful talk. Just, it's not a question, it's just a comment on what helps me to understand this kind of cryptic messages of Zen. And my practice is actually rather simple. I practice gratitude all the time, every day, because gratitude helps us feel connected. If you just try to think or imagine where your food is coming from, and what your work, whatever it may be, how it serves the universe, and it really gives you a sense of connection to everything, to this big house that is the universe. Um, every day I try to pick something I haven't realized it exists or that I should be grateful for. For example, electricity or gravity or I don't know, magnets or nails. And it helps me feel connected because I try to picture all the history of the universe up to the moment that the nail that holds my table together, um, it works to serve the whole universe. It gives meaning to my practice and it makes me feel connected. But that's what I do, and I'm known to be pretty silly, so thank you.
Anyone else? Yakshim, has it inspired a poem? Anything quickly? No. You need some time with a poem. You have to. We are the house. I am a mouse. No, that's Dr. Seuss. Anyway, Sekishi.
Well, thank you, Jindo. What you have talked about for the last half an hour is a like really wonderful Mahayana view of us being the house. I'm curious what you think. Like you kind of started the talk mentioning a little bit that probably the monks in the Buddha's time would have been very focused on cessation, of getting off the wheel of life and death and rebirth and redeath. Do you think they still saw that sort of interconnected view? I think so, but I'm curious, it doesn't really seem compatible philosophically, but I still would like to think that Dogen realized the same thing that Shakyamuni realized, that you realized. I don't know.
Well, the Buddha certainly didn't counsel us to say, "Oh, we want to get out here." Just hang yourself and get out. No, we have to keep living in this life. Now, they had the vision that we have to be very controlled in our life, but I think they lived with grace. And I think actually we don't get the stories, but the people in the Sangha, they had friends and they smiled and they were people. So I think they learned to live. The Buddha died in his 80s after a long life, and I think he had a good life, and many each day was a new day. So I think it was not only about getting out, it was also while you're here living very, very well. And I also think that this is where the Mahayana actually reinterpreted the Buddha's message. The getting out, get this, was not getting out. There was no place to get out to, because we're always the space. When you knock the house down and realize, oh, it's always just been the open space, you haven't gotten out. You've opened up. So maybe it's a little bit different than we think. The Buddha escaped from life. There was no escaping. There's no need. You're free like that. Okay, anybody else? No questions about like basketball predictions, stock advice, nothing like that? Okay, good. All right. Well, shall we, because we had, not because anything I said, but because we had that one quote from the Buddha there, from the Dhammapada, shall we have the verse to close the sutras? Sekshi?
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing and all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha way. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Okay. The house will now sit a super short zazen, because zazen is not a matter of long or short. I always remind everyone. And after that, the house will dance the hokey pokey. What I just said now actually should kind of make sense to you, right? The house is going to dance the hokey pokey. You got it? Okay. It is hokey pokey time. I have to kind of reorganize here today. Now, the theme today, I didn't realize we were going to have so much social tension in some of our own countries this month. The theme actually was kind of a little said with a smile. We were going to hokey pokey to bring peace to the Middle East. Why? Someone put up Jishin put up a hokey pokey in Hebrew. I thought we'll balance it out with a hokey pokey in Arabic, right? Okay. And then who goes first? Well, how do you solve things in the Middle East? You either fight over it or you flip a coin. So I flipped the coin, and this month we're having Arabic, and next month we're going to have the hokey pokey in Hebrew. Can I tell you the truth? It shows you what kind of Jewish background I'm from. I barely can tell the difference. Sounds the same to me. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Now, Sekishi has mastered how to do this now. By the way, if you, I wish you could see, actually, go take a look at this little video of the hokey pokey later, the Arabic one I posted. It is one of the cutest hokey pokey videos we've had so far. So make sure you check it out. Okay.
عزود وجود.
لنقف جميعا ونشكل دائرة. استعدوا. اليد اليمنى للأمام، أخرجها للوراء مرة أخرى للأمام. هز هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. اليد اليسرى للأمام، أخرجها للوراء، أعدها للأمام، هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. ضع يديك للأمام، أخرجهما للوراء، أعدهما للأمام، هز كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. القدم اليمنى للأمام، الآن اسحبها للوراء، مرة أخرى للأمام، هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. القدم اليسرى للأمام، ثم اسحبها للوراء، أعدها للأمام، هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. بقدميك للأمام، اقفز إلى الوراء، قفزة إلى الأمام، هز كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. الآن هيا استعد. مد رأسك للأمام، ارجعها للوراء، مرة أخرى للأمام، هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. ضع بطنك للأمام، أخرجها للوراء، مرة أخرى للأمام، هزها كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. بكل نفسك للأمام، اقفز إلى الوراء، قفزة فورا للأمام، هز كما تشاء. در حول نفسك في مكانك هكذا بكل بساطة. بكل بساطة. بكل بساطة.
Bikuli Bakaba, everybody. Everybody, Bikuli Bakaba. Okay. By the way, for next month, I'm still searching. We had here. I'm looking for the hokey pokey in Farsi as well, because we got to cover all our bases. But I haven't found it yet. If everyone can help me find one, it would be great. All right. 1 second. Zazen. will have a kind of long, but not too long, but not too short, kind of in the middle, kinhin. We will now have the metaverses, followed by Zazen. Sekshi, can you, for this part on the YouTube, can you do just a close-up on me? The reason is I'm going to do a little experiment now, and I don't want to drag all these other people in if I put it up on Facebook later, being associated with anything I do, unless they've signed waivers. There you go. Very good. Okay. Okay, I hope it's going to be just me later. Jonathan, if you don't want to be here, turn your camera off or go away. I may have to put just the audio. Here's the reason. We're going to do a little experiment with Meta today. For the science-minded, I'm going to call it a meta study. You get, anyway. With all the social unrest going on, let me explain in a moment. Let's take a breath. Well, here at our Friday ZAZENKAI, we, as we do each month, we recite Metta, the verses of loving kindness. And we usually recite for ourselves, people we love, friends, strangers, and even difficult people in the world, and then all sentient beings. But this week, with all this going on in the world, I'd like to try a little bit of an experiment. We're going to chant specifically for all the people who are involved in the unrest in the United States right now and other cities around the world. And in order to explain who we're chanting for and why, I need to tell you a little bit more about Metta. Metta, we, of course, wish people to be at peace, free of anger, and healthy, and content with this world and their life. And for that reason, we often chant for people we disagree with, or people who are acting in ugly ways in the world, with the idea that we're wishing them peace because, and health and contentment, with the idea that if they truly knew peace, health, and contentment, they would not act in such angry, violent, hateful ways. You understand? So we chant for people we love or agree with. We chant with some who might be considered people we vehemently disagree with, even enemies, with the idea that if they truly knew peace, the world would not be the way it is. They would not be the way they are. Okay? For that reason, as opposed to our usual way of chanting, I'd like to invite everyone, it's purely voluntary, to chant with me today for the following groups. And I'll remind you as we go through. First, all the peaceful protesters and people in groups in society who might be feeling very oppressed right now, and that they're not getting a fair shake, and that they're the target maybe of racism in society. Let's chant for them. Next, we will chant for those who may think they're doing right, but act sometimes with violence. I'm talking the looters and the people who may be acting in these protests with angry violence. We're going to chant for them, that they may know peace and stillness. Maybe they wouldn't be doing that, breaking into a store to take something if they truly felt contentment and no need. We're going to chant for the police. the ones who acted wrong, if they truly knew peace and freedom from anger, maybe they would not have done that. And the other police, the ones who truly try to be good police officers, they're suffering too. I know we have some in our Sangha. There are folks out there just trying to do their duty to keep the streets safe. Whether the system is always good or not, that's one thing, but they're just people. So we will chant for the police. We will chant for our political leaders. Number one, including, you know who I mean. I will not say, but how about for all sides? Both the ones that are on our side and the ones that are on their side, whatever your side is, that they may know peace, contentment, and wisdom. Boy, they could use that. Next, again, with the idea that these people would not be this way if they truly knew health, contentment, peace, satisfaction, a little loving kindness in their own hearts. We will should be chanting for your most racist uses the N-word uncle. Everyone in the world like that. But in this case, everyone who's a little bit like that too, or just unintentionally has a little bit. In other words, in that case, we're going to chant for all of us, because I think nobody, and I'm saying myself included, nobody completely escapes some kind of prejudice about somebody. Okay? So we're going to chant for your uncle who, you know, that guy, and also all of us. And then at the end, we will chant for all sentient beings. Now we're just trying this. Hopefully it's going to work out. I don't think it's misguided. Let's try. The first time you can say for them, okay? For all the peaceful protesters and those in societies who feel oppressed and may have in their hearts been victimized by the system, okay? Let's chant. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. Enmity means anger, hate. May they be loving, gentle, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Embracing all conditions of life doesn't mean you can't also work to change things. Remember, in our Zen way, we accept, but yet we realize some things not to accept, and we can do both at once. We embrace all conditions of life, but we can work to change some of those conditions, okay? Next, who did I say? The looters, the angry and violent folks burning things down. Let's chant for them. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. Maybe a little more stillness. Eh? May they be free of enmity. Oh, yeah. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. Mental and physical, all kinds of ills, man. May everyone be healthy. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay. Now, for all the police, both the ones who might do wrong, some who may be bad apples, act badly, some who maybe sometimes get caught up. There are a lot of folks who have, how to say, it's a tough job. They have PTSD, various things. They sometimes overreact. That doesn't mean we can excuse that. But there's a lot of police too, just trying to do their jobs. They got families like you and me. This is their job, man. They're not trying to hurt everyone. They're trying to make the community better. Okay, we're going to chant for all police. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. Yes, let them do them jobs. You know, they have to be hard sometimes, but don't be angry. Try not to be angry. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving police, grateful and kind to the people in the community and themselves. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay. Next, our political leaders, including folks we may personally very, very much disagree with. May they know wisdom too. I'm going to add that. May they know wisdom. It's not in there. I'm putting that in. You can, it's okay. So actually I add to the chat, right? No problem. May they be free of suffering. May they be safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they know wisdom and act for the good of all. I like that. We might keep that one. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Now we're going to chant for the racists, the people who don't like other people because their religion or the color of their skin, or they're just different. And we're going to say, instead of they, just a little bit we. I'm not saying that's you using the, you know, the words you shouldn't use and stuff. I'm saying everybody, I don't know an exception, doesn't have some stereotype or prejudice about somebody. All the way up from there, there are all degrees of it. But let's include all of us, okay? So we're going to chant we. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. A lot of love. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. Whatever we're angry about, let it go. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now we're going to chant for all sentient beings everywhere. Okay. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. I don't think what we just did is going to change the world, but it's certainly a good start. And well, everything has an effect, doesn't it? I'm going to ask you one personal favor. If you check the video later or check your PM box, if you somehow end up on the video I'm going to post to Facebook, I want your consent before I do. So if not, I'll just put up the audio. But I may write people or ask for people's permission because we're getting a little political. You know how people get about it. Okay. All right. Shall we sit a few minutes of Zazen? The house wants to sit. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Okay. Before I let you go, well, one more crazy thing about the house. And if you do the podcast later, Sekishi, make sure this gets in because I forgot. Splice this in. Sometimes people ask me, so Jindo, do you think there was an architect to the house? Or, or did the owl suddenly appear? And here's what I say. I live in an amazing house. I never met the architect. I don't know who that was. Maybe there wasn't one. But the water comes out the faucets. The lights come on when I hit the switch. The sun is shining. The rain falls. Architect? I don't know. But what an amazing house. Please live in it well. Okay, that's all. Enough of my dorm room meanderings. Let's do a quick hi. Ready when I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Okay. I going to run off now and be daddy. We're not having the tea time today, but we'll be back with that next week. And in the meantime, see you guys. Bye.
Bye guys. See you.
Bye.
See you actually.